Hello, everyone. Not sure if I'm live yet. I mean, I should be live. Yes, we are live. Sweet. All right, so let me run the program real quick. Boom. Change it up a little bit. So from the last time I streamed developing this game specifically, we've made a couple improvements. The first one being we are now drawing a cube where the arrow starts. We changed it so that when we move around, the cube doesn't move around too much, and it looks pretty natural. We made it possible to shoot the arrow in 3 dimensions. And then if we open debug, we see displacement on the top left. That's how far we're drawing the bow. It goes all the way up to 150. That is 150% displacement, which is about double what an actual human should be able to do, given the tightness of the string, etc. However, it is a video game, and we don't care about that. All we actually care about is if it looks nice and it works, and it does. And so the first thing I want to add, I mean, I would like to add some 3D assets to this, like arrows, bow, etc. But we're not going to add that yet because that's going to take some time. And I haven't found a free asset for a bow that I'm happy with yet. But I kind of want to make my own. Kind of want to give Blender a shot and see how it works. Like, make my own bow and arrow. So we're going to save that for the future. But for now, we have a visual representation of how the arrow should travel. And then pop out chat. Pop out chat. And we'll move that window down. There. All right, great. So the first thing we need to make is an enemy class. The project I want to work on today is to add an enemy class, add a 3D texture for it to spawn in, and I want it to spawn randomly around the world. Constructor, deconstructor, set. We're gonna need some variables. We're gonna use the variables that we had in our collectible. Pop that out. Here. Okay, the variables we need are a vector3, position, import, not defined, define. Import or include. That gives us position. We're also going to need a model. Then we're going to need a texture 2D. Okay, on our initializer, we're going to initialize the position. Also should initialize the model path. Why is that not working? Probably why. Yeah, that's why. And the deconstructor. Let me on the model, and then on the texture. Okay. It should be defined. It's defined right here. We'll come back to that. And now it just decides it wants to work. All right. Okay. I understand. I understand you, C++ completely. Okay. Addition. Now when we want to spawn it into Okay, that's correct there. Why are we getting an exception? What the fuck? Why are we getting a memory error? Has to do with these two lines. Still getting the error. Bruh. Why? Why is it pulling that up? I wonder. That should technically work. There. That was it. God. It's always super simple. And fucking, if I use ChatGPT to help, it gives me these complex fixes and unnecessary debugs that just waste time. And all I had to do is just move one thing into the while loop. Or did I? Hmm. Oh, okay. I think this will work. We just load the model and texture outside the while loop. Or outside main. It'd work, right? No. What the fuck? Why does it want me to load these textures inside? And it's obviously killing loading it so much. Why? Makes no sense to me why I can't. Why I can't load the model and texture outside the while loop for this to work. That's it. That's gotta be it. That's what it is. Yeah. Fuck off. It's because I'm not loading. I'm loading the textures before I initialize the window. That's the issue. So then it'd be a great idea to initialize these classes after in their window. I need to remember that. Initialize classes after initializing the window, always. Maybe even always maybe initialize the window immediately after the screen width and screen height. No. Broke something. What did we break? Oh, I know what we broke. Okay. Constructor should work. Yes, because we're initializing it after. Void draw. Model, position, scale, color. Did we leave any of the old code in here? Not enabled. All right. Here we go. Oh. Show the deconstructor unloads the model. Create the enemy. Wait. Okay. Make it always look at the player. What's this code here? Right. Direction. Normalize the direction. Feed in. Shin. Ray math. Player position. Normalize the direction and then angle. And angle minus equals 2. be so small. Yeah, right. Ah, speak English? I'm not able to understand you. If you speak English, I'd be able to. There we go. All right. So we added the player, or added the enemy slash target. So my vision of sorry, my vision now is that we subtract the position of the enemy and the position of the player so that the enemy chases the player. This is gonna be really this it's gonna be really it's gonna look really weird. I can already tell. Is it working? Oh, because it's not in the while loop, duh. Yeah, it's not, I don't think it's gonna chase the player at all. I think it's just gonna move in a yeah, it's just gonna move. Oh, that is okay. Yeah, that's what I imagine would happen. So addition, subtracting. I feel like that's the same. I feel like that's exactly what. No, I think that's right. Correct? Oh, Okay. Might be plus equal. No. Okay. Determine the direction. Compute the direction of vector from the enemy's position to the player's position. We need... I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, but first I want to write these variables. Float, direction x. Okay. So first determine the direction. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. So first determine the direction. Direction vector the enemy position to the player position. Glissoon. That's your name, Glissoon. And this is an English stream. We're not able to understand you if you're not speaking English. So if you're able to speak English, I'll be able to understand you and answer your questions. If not, there is no speaking that language is not going to be understood. Russian, I'm assuming. Okay, direction vector is a vector that points from one position, enemy's position, to another, the player's position. It tells us where the enemy needs to move to get closer to the player. In 3D space, a vector has the components x, y, z and represents the direction along the axis. So to calculate the direction vector, we subtract the starting position from the target's position. So what I was doing here, so, oops, dirx equals position.x minus airpods.x. Dirx is defined. Oh, we didn't. We put it in the wrong one. Okay, directs. Okay. So the way we wrote this, we could just make this a vector. We don't have to have individual x, y, and z. Now I'm trying to think whether there'll be advantages to separating them out in the future, and I don't think there will. Chase direction. Minus. What up, Luke? How are you? Welcome back. I'm gonna go ahead and show you the progress we have made since I last streamed. UI. Okay. So what I have added, we got the red cube simulating the arrow for now until I can add assets. The arc, we got the debug. I upped the displacement to 1.5, about double the value, so that it could just travel further. And then we have a target now. And so what I'm working on right now is I want that target to chase the player. And then in the future, I'm going to draw arrows on each side of the screen to direct the player if one's like to spawn behind it, for example. And the goal is literally to just shoot the targets. And then after I get that done, I'm probably going to add like a bow and arrow asset in here. I would like to make them myself. I've never worked with Blender before, so I'm not sure how much of a project that is to make a bow and arrow. I imagine it's simple, pretty simple shapes. And then after that, I think I'm at a spot where I'm happy. Maybe I'll add like some GUI. But before I do that, I may practice some GUI development before adding a GUI to this. So yeah, that's the progress we made. We have an arrow, we have a target. Right now I'm making it so the target can chase. So this is the plan here. The 3D model enemy will spawn randomly around the map. If it spawns behind the player, a red arrow will appear on the side of the screen to steer the player. And then the enemy will head towards the player at increasing speed. The player will shoot the enemy before the enemy hits the player 3 times. Thank you. Yeah, it's literally just a little 3D window, a cube, a target. Very, very simple. But I have learned a little bit from this project. I don't have much GUI development, so I was thinking today I was going to take a break after I get this to a certain point today. I'm going to take a break and practice some GUI development. But also I have another plan that I want to do that I may do tomorrow. Not going to talk about it, but if I do the project, it's going to be a long stream over 2 days. It's a little bit of a challenge. Kind of want to like challenge myself. I feel like I've been kind of relaxed on the development lately, and I want to give myself a challenge to hopefully succeed. If not, it's okay. But to create something. But that's as much as I'll say. How's your project going? Code really is as far as humanity has come to turn magic into reality. It's an interesting way to think about it. I've never thought of it that way. Breaking the code. Can't make enemies move down the screen without breaking the code. What's are you making like a 2D platformer game? Something like that? Wait till, if you haven't done it yet, wait till you try and code a jump. I'm still trying to... I've coded a jump in a game 5, maybe 6 times so far, and I'm still trying to code or like grasp the concept of why why jumping works the way it does. Because sometimes when I'll try and code a jump, I'll press space. It'll spawn the character to the peak of the jump, and then go down. And other times it'll jump normally. And I'm still trying to like grasp my head around why that happens versus, yeah, making alien invaders. Let me show you what I've made. You mean like where's it at? Where's it at? No, media player. You mean like this? Yeah, I see what you mean with ChatGPT. Yeah. So tell me first, are you using a resource other than ChatGPT to make your alien invaders? The enemies will move a little to the right, hit the border, and then down. I'm gonna go ahead and let me see if I can find this project. Python Crash Course Book Exercise. You know, we might have actually been using the same book. Yeah, okay. All right. Does it look like this, the finished project? Okay. Give me 1 sec. So Okay, so I'm trying to find the book that I used. Maybe, I know I found it for free online. Oh, this may not help. So I found the book. They use they're using a library called Coco's 2D, not Pygame. Okay, I found it. So it's available for free on Google. That's the book I used to make um Space Invaders. Maybe their code will help you a little bit. But see, they didn't use Pygame for that though. They used Coco's 2D. Um, but I imagine the logic is still the same. So what specifically is happening? Is it hitting the side and then just goes down? You're welcome. I followed everything in that book. Everything worked except for the tower defense game. I could not get it to work. Super broken. I haven't heard of Turtle. What is Turtle? Is that a Pygram or a Python library? Oh, I can't make the enemies move to the right to begin with. Some logic error, but I still can't understand why. Gotcha. Python library, okay. Okay. So chase direction. Three. Thank you. I hope the book helps you out. And I appreciate you jumping in. Chaster. Next time I see you in here, I'm hoping I get some good news and that your Space Invaders is working. Or Alien Invaders. Okay. Enemy position. Normalize direction vector. Set a speed. Chase speed. And then we need to multiply by delta time, which we're going to feed into the function. The reason why we feed it into the function is because creating multiple delta times is going to cause issue later in the program, especially if we spawn it in different classes compared to main loop. That should work. What did we break? Not working. Haha, that's why. Okay, so it's very slowly updating. Away from the player. That should work. Oh, but if I'm... Oh, if I'm moving, it still works. Sweet. Okay. Make the position high in the air. One. Good. And let's increment it up. Okay. Right back. Okay, we're back. Oh. Ah, okay. Less than 1. And 1 point. Okay, if distance is less than 1 point f and enemy is not hit, enemy is true. Else, enemy's hit equals false. If it's true, enemy hit, increment score, and then set enemies hit to false, which may be irrelevant. It's stuck on true. Okay. Off is greater than, duh. We're gonna have to make array. Most likely. Yeah. So I got a network error. Thirteen. 14. 14. 22. 22. No, 27. 7. Okay. So the raise should be about 40 to be safe. The ray should travel in the direction of the arrow. Okay. That's the length. Okay. Wow. What's up, Nick Stevens? It took me 1 year to get to where I'm at. And which is I have a video on my channel with it showcases all of my projects. And here is where I'm at right now. So this is a 3D project I'm working on. It is using the physics of a longbow. So if you look at the debug on the top left, you got things like the displacement, so that's how far back the bow's being drawn. Angle, the y coordinate. Direction, that's the x, and z depth. And then by shooting the bow, based off of the displacement, it's calculating things like potential, arrow velocity, force required, distance the arrow traveled, etc. And so this here's the enemy. The enemy consistently looks at the player. And then the red sphere that you see there is simulating an arrow for now. Until I figure it all out, it's going to be just a red sphere. But after I have everything working, I'm going to update the assets, add a bow and arrow. And so other things that I've made so far is a clicking game, a card game. I've remade a couple classic games, like a little bit of Bomberman. What's it called? Space Invaders. Some 2D, a 2D platformer. 3D space shooter. Basically, I made a bunch of projects. But this is consistent. 1 year's of consistent practice. This is where I'm at. You say you're just starting on stuff like this. How long have you been programming for? Figures. Whoops. Yeah, figures. Look, I've just started looking into this stuff. I'm at a career tech center for it and cybersecurity. I haven't technically started coding yet. Well, it's hard. It's definitely hard, but working consistently, you can learn anything. Highly recommend, if you like game development, that you get into it. It's incredibly fun. Wanted to build a website and use VS Code instead of doing cop out like Wix. Oh, gotcha. If you wanted to build websites, have you looked into Python? Yeah, yeah. Katach. Um, what he recommends is very good idea. I've done some web development in Python. I hear JavaScript is 10 times better for web dev and mobile web development. Okay, distance. Uh, I've hit the point where I've started to kind of my brain's starting to get kind of tired. It's incrementing. Why is it incrementing? The distance is calculating the distance from ray end to enemy position. One and v2. Maybe we need a cap. Vector 2 minus vector 1. Volt is square root of each. Vector 2 minus vector 1. Band. Right now I'm just trying to make multi-boot PC out of an old laptop. Like not all at the same time, but just tons of old operating systems on the laptop. Ray end is calculated. There we go. That simple fix. Okay, so we do not need to debug distance, but we do need to enemies hit. Debug it here. Okay. Game dev or web dev? Sorry, YouTube or Udemy? So there's a trick you can use on Udemy. These guys cost a lot for their courses, but if you find a course on Udemy that you like, go to the author, and then go to their website, and they always, like 9 times out of 10, they're gonna offer 90% off of their course. So a year of learning how to develop for me only cost me like $50 for 5 courses. HTML, it's easy. Sweet. You guys are unable to see the debug here, but everything is set up. I'm gonna add it to debug real quick so you guys can see. What's our variable for score? Score. Oh, whoops. Okay, so at the very bottom on the top left, you see score. It's not updating. Why isn't that updating? Oh, duh. So the game I'm trying to make, there's no actual like game that I'm trying to make. Yeah, so this is my second ever project in 3D space, and I'm honestly just like messing around. And so, I'll show you the idea behind the game. Still a work in progress. So the enemy that you see, the 3D target that you're seeing spawning in 3D space, but that's gonna randomly spawn and chase the player. And so it's the player's goal is to shoot it, and it'll add to the score. It's gonna randomly spawn anywhere around the map, and there will be arrows to direct the player to where they need to shoot, and then you increment the score. And so the what I'm trying to learn basically is bow physics in 3D space. And so if you look on the top left, the debug, you see like displacement, you see angle, direction, elastic potential, air velocity, force required, distance arrow traveled. So that takes the actual physics of a longbow in real life, and it's bringing it into the game that I'm building. Um, so yeah, it's a 3D physics project just to learn. No actual goals to make a game or release a game or anything. One of my goals in the future is to make a 3D engine. Thank you. So one of my goals is to build my own 3D physics engine. I'm currently in school right now, and I've got 3 years left. The goal is within those 3 years to have a physics engine on, not my resume, but what's it called? Portfolio. To have a 3D engine on my portfolio. And so what I'm doing now is learning to lead up until that day. School. I broke something here. Yeah, there we go. And so what I just did recently, so there's an issue with the X, Y, and Z coordinates when I shoot the arrow. It's traveling too fast, so it's traveling through the target. And so what I just did was make a ray to ray cast whenever the ray touches the enemy. It's detecting collision. Here. So the distance is taking the ray, the end of the ray, and then the enemy position, and then flagging a boolean hit. If not, then it's always false, and then incrementing score. This is if the arrow raycast hits, or incrementing the score, and then setting enemy is hit to false. I just have to test it and make sure if the enemy's moving that it still works. And then I also have to make sure that if it's on full displacement, because that's when it's going to be traveling the fastest, that it still works. Sorry, my brain's kind of toast. I worked today and programming since I got home. So my brain's a little toast right now. Oh no, it's not working. Oh. I'm not 100% sure if it is raycasting. I don't know the full definition of raycasting. I'm assuming it is. Because we are casting array out, I'm only a year into game development, so certain keywords I may say wrong. What other language do I know apart from C++? I know a little bit of Python, a little bit of GDScript, and that's it. Yeah, it's not working now. I wonder if it has to do with because I'm moving that it's not working. No, it's still working while I'm moving. And there, it's not working. So the enemy's getting too fast. I know a very, very tiny, tiny, tiny bit of HTML as well as SQL. Very tiny. If I had to make like a basic website, I could. And this is through Python. I'm not into game dev. I just know basic concepts. Yeah, so I'm assuming it is raycasting. I can look up the definition right now. So yeah, it is. It is raycasting. All right. So one thing I have to fix is the ray. So the way my ray works right now, it takes the position of the arrow and it's shooting a laser out only 40, 30 coordinates in the direction that it's going. I have an idea. Yeah, that's the issue. Okay. Have you ever tried working with GLFW, OpenGL, and GLM instead of Raylib? I have. I've created Triangle in OpenGL. So basically the hello world of OpenGL. And then I have worked. I think the extent of my GLFW was the support that you have with OpenGL. Ultimately, the 3D engine that I will develop is going to be made with OpenGL. Yeah, that might be the issue. Yeah, okay, figure that out. So the ray is only casting in the direction of Z. Well, maybe I could sphere it. That might work. How about you, Ketach? Oh wait, I think you might have already answered that. Yeah, have you done any game development at all? Ray and vector 3. Since 2018, nice. What's your main programming language for game development? Java, C++, C, JavaScript. Nice. What do you have any big projects that maybe one of us will know about? I have zero understanding of Java. The only thing I know about Java is that one of my favorite games is made in RuneScape. Only some test game you've made in your free time. What kind of a game? The problem with Java is memory management and excessive use of object-oriented. Isn't that C++ as well, though? Inbox 2D, symmetric terrain. Okay. So you have was it, I think it's called voxel, where you have all the squares. I feel like C++ is pretty heavy on memory management. Yeah, drop the HEO. Okay. Position and direction. Did something distance. I'm gonna be right back real quick. Okay, I'm back. So our array has a position and a direction. Okay, this is... time step. Yeah, it's not working. What's up, Squizzy? How are you doing today? Doing well. Doing very, very well. Been coding for a little bit now. My brain's kind of toast, but I don't want to stop. Why is this first one fucked up? We're initializing a vector 3, 1.0f, 0.0f. That works. I see no difference between what I had and what works. So, Squizzy, what we're working on right now is just a little 3D game here. And so the red dot is simulating an arrow for now. And so that green line that you see on the left, that's the displacement. It's a longbow, so that's the displacement up to a max value. And we open debug, you can see it. It takes the angle, it takes the direction in 3D space, and then it'll come back and tell you how much elastic potential the bow used, the velocity of the arrow, the force required to pull the bow, and then the distance the arrow traveled. And this is based off of actual physics of a bow. And so what we're working on right now is we're trying to make the collision detection between the arrow and the target that you saw to be consistent and always hit. And so the way I'm doing that is casting a ray out so that the collision's detected between the ray rather than the arrow itself. Because if the arrow's traveling too fast, it's going to travel just directly through the target, and it won't detect any collision. If we cast that ray out, then we have all the collision detection that we need. For I. Why is that not working here? Direction. Okay. Vector 3 tracked. Ooh. Take race start. Okay, that's gonna take race start. Can't type for Okay. Oh. I see a thing. I started programming a short time ago. I saw some difficulties at understanding C#. So, Squizzy, is your goal to be a Unity developer then? Katach, Unity uses C#, so to me it makes sense using C# for games. Do I have any advice? I absolutely do have some advice. Tell me, how long ago did you start programming before I tell you anything? Start and then scale. Like 1 week ago. Okay, so you're still very, very fresh. So your goal right now is going to be to wrap your head around the logic of programming, and your C# is like C# is a really good language to learn that with, and so you're going to want to understand if-else loops. What else? How to manipulate variables, arrays are incredibly important. What else? You're gonna want a little bit of basic math. So that's things like at a very basic level, just algebra. You use a lot of like 1x times 2x, that, etc. Lists, yes. Technically, I think lists are arrays. Yeah, I don't know if C# works this way, but in C++ you have like an array of an array. So think of like a grid. Let me show you here in the game. What did I break? So you see on the floor the tiles that I'm walking on. That's an array of an array. So so like for example, if you wanted to make a card game, let me show you. How do I explain this? In Java, we have an object called array list. That is just a fancy name for the vector void plus. Oh. In Java, we have an object called array list vector. Okay. Yeah, so in video game development, it's very important to understand arrays or vectors. And Katach says lists is what they're called in C#. So so you have a game like Minesweeper. That's an array of an array. So it's, for example, 5 by 10. And then it's important to understand how to access each individual section of that array in order to move around in 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional space, which you can you can do that in 2 different ways, by just incrementing x and y coordinates, or you can use it as array, like grid coordinate system. So back to your original question. First, you're going to understand First, you're going to understand the logic behind programming, and you're going to focus on that. Yes, like int 55, etc. After you've understood the logic up to object-oriented programming or classes, then you're going to want to move into game development afterwards. And the reason why is because a lot of game development uses classes, and if you don't understand how to access a class, use the information in that class, then you're going to have a very, very hard time working in Unity. Unity, I've never worked in Unity, but if it's anything like how Unreal and how Godot works, then if you create like a player, you're technically creating a class. You're not creating only one page of code. You're creating multiple pages of code that you access, if that makes sense. Yeah, so YouTube is a very good resource for learning, as well as I recommend Udemy. And there's a trick with Udemy. You can find a class in Udemy to teach you how to program. And if you go to the author of that class's website, you can, like 9 times out of 10, they have a discounted price on their website for that Udemy course. So, and the discount is generally like 90% off. So there's been classes that would cost $100, like C++ and the one that I have been following the last few months. Spent like $10, learned so much. I've been programming for 1 year from where you're at right now, having zero understanding or like a very minimal understanding. I spent about $100, and I've done a class for Python, Godot, and C++. A class is a bucket of goods. You have several buckets, and every bucket can have different goods executing different things. Yes, exactly. The worst thing is I watched the guide class, and then I try to do it myself, and it seems like I didn't understand anything. You're gonna feel that way for a very long time. It took me about 6 months for things to start kind of making sense. The most important part is that you consistently work at it. You want to, every single day, you want to do something to further your understanding. And most of the days that'll just be like about an hour. You know, you want to dedicate about an hour to learn programming every single day. But some days you're not going to want to do anything. Those are the most important days where you still either do something or do that 1 hour, or at the bare minimum, you watch like a 10-minute video. And as long as every single day you are a better programmer than you were the previous day, then you're going to snowball into something great. That's probably the best advice I can give you, is that every single day do something. Literally anything. And be a better person than you were the previous day. AI, like ChatGPT, is going to help you out a lot, but do not rely on ChatGPT and ask it a ton of questions. You can, yeah, it's okay to have those days though. That's perfectly normal. Everybody has those days. And yeah, just the fact that you're coming in and asking for about how to just the fact that you're coming in here asking for advice is furthering yourself into being better. I like to think of classes as like tables, you know? you have like a general table. You can put things on tables, and they've got drawers sometimes. It's a basic table. And then you have like a computer desk. Pretty much like a table, but that would be considered like a child of the table class. And it has more things, like it has the drawer, it has shelves. Some of them have like a raised thing to put another monitor. Some of them are angled. But generally, though, don't be put off from developing because you don't understand what you're learning. You're gonna feel that way for a very long time. I still feel that way. I don't feel as much that way as I did, 6 months ago. Okay, back to what I was doing. Yes, that's what I realized. It's like things within other things, and other things within one big thing. Um, like things within other things, and other things within one big thing. Yeah, yeah. The like the computer desk kind of. Oh, one thing I just realized that I was gonna get into but completely forgot was polymorphism. I have zero understanding of that. So squizzy, like things within other things within other things. So what you're creating right now with your variables and your if-else statements, right? So it's that, right? It contains variables and it contains if-else statements or loops, but it's all contained within itself. So if you want to access methods from if you want to access that class, you have to create an instance of that class or an object of that class. And then you can use the variables contained in that or the functions contained within that class. For now, it's really not necessary for you to use classes. It's something that you will learn later on that is necessary. And yeah, maybe player class would be that's polymorphism. A player class will be inheriting all the methods from another class. Or is that inheritance? That sounds like inheritance. mess up. See, I learned inheritance, and I used a little bit of inheritance a month or two ago. Um, it hasn't come in handy since then. I feel like that's just one more layer of detail added to the program, and I haven't made any programs that require multiple different types of enemies that would be able to inherit from an enemy base class. So I haven't put repetition in for inheritance. I'm redoing the code from scratch again. I think I found a better way to handle enemy movements. What are you thinking, Luke? What is your better way? I need a fucking need to chat GPT this. I can't figure it out. Uh, we're gonna have to feed enemy position in. And we're gonna have to feed enemies hit as well. Not hit. Is hit equals true. Increment score. And then debug. Okay. In your code right now, you have the player and the enemy. Why not make it a class of entity that has player and the enemy? When I make it a class of entity that has like position and velocity, create player and enemy implementation. I don't know. It would be cleaner for sure. I do have a player class. I haven't put any code in the player class. I was gonna move the camera into that player class. I was having an issue with it though, and so I stopped. Gonna be an issue though. Okay, we need to feed enemies hit and then score. Okay, do you know about the min-max functions? They return minor major values or right? Them to restrict the player movement on the screen. It could work with enemy. It is different in C++. Yeah, so Luke is developing in Python. He's making Space Invaders right now, or Alien Invaders. So I have a system that takes the coordinate space of the player and the enemy, and it decrements, I think is the term, minus equals position. So the enemy travels towards the player. So my issue right now is that when I shoot an arrow, it moves too fast and it goes through the enemy. And I'm using lines to detect. So how I'm trying to do it is to have 4 lines coming out of the arrow, and whenever those arrows pass through the enemy, then it'll detect collision. Yes, there is delta time in Raylib, and we are using delta time. Oh no, not here. Yeah, that's a good catch there. I think it's still going to travel through the enemy though. The thing. So right now, it what I had worked, but the issue is it is only casting in positive z coordinate. Um, and so I'm trying to use an array. Fuck the array. I just want to get something that works, and then later on I can update it to be more less spaghetti. I think what we're doing is just fucking Okay. I think we're back to what we were. If it were. Oh, because we're using Delta time now. Protection. Yes, every. Well, I was using it not every frame, but every update of the. Every update of the program. And now we're using every frame. Fuck, Delta time just messed it all up. I think. I might need to revert on Git. Yeah, so I have that. Right. I did have that. Then I had score. That's probably why I'm. So what's kind of confusing me is that so we're hitting. Sometimes we're hitting twice. But score's not being updated here for some reason. Probably because it's an integer. Score's an integer, not a float. There we go. Yeah, now it's incrementing. It's probably just do you do lives often? Like player lives? Like for example, if you get hit 3 times you die. Oh, lives. Ha ha ha. My brain's fried, I swear. Yeah. So my YouTube channel just kind of like recently got picked up by the algorithm in a small way. So I've been making an effort to put in a lot more lives and a lot more videos on the channel. So yeah, YouTube lives. I swear it's my brain's just fried, I swear. So there's I don't have a set schedule on when I'll go live. Plus I start school again in 11 days. So when that happens, I may not go live as often either. Um, so I can't give you an actual schedule, just that I will be live a lot more often, and I will be posting a lot more videos a lot more often to try and take advantage of the algorithm picking up my channel. It's going to be around this time frame as well. I'm 30 years old. Okay. Okay, so to visualize from this direction, which is heading into Z coordinate, the score is incrementing. However, from the negative Z, it does not, and the positive X and positive or negative X, it does not increment. So what I was just trying to do is use an array and a loop to add four rays in each direction, but that just was not working with how I have half the logic in the main loop and half the logic in the class. Distance. I need to. Well, is there a bounding box in Raylib? Yeah, it is. I was thinking too, maybe I could just like create a sphere or a bigger box around the current box of the size. And that's definitely going to be like way easier. But I want to work with rays is the thing. I feel like you can create anything in any language. Well, to an extent. But the only limitations you have is whether or not the code is fast or slow. I've never experienced this, but I hear that Python has limitations in what you can do. Yeah. And Luke, the reason why I chose C++ is because it's faster than Python. I was learning Python at first, and it's okay that you are learning Python. I don't feel like Python is that good for 3D. It has its ups and downs. I don't know if you've ever worked with the matplotlib library, but I'm using a book right now to learn physics, and just trying to visualize what I'm making kind of helps. Matplotlib kind of helps, but don't feel like because you're learning Python, you're learning the wrong language. That's not true at all. You should continue learning Python. It's a lot easier to understand than C++. There's so much more complexity with C++ compared. So I would recommend you stick with Python for minimum 6 months before if you're interested in switching to C. And the reason I chose C++ is Unreal Engine. I don't like the idea of Unity. Godot I like, but I would much rather program in Unity. I would much rather program in Unreal. But also at the same time, C++ developers make more money than developers of other languages, as well as C++ is pretty much the most used language for game development. And I'm razor focused on becoming a game developer. I don't want to do web development. I don't want to do full stack anything. I want to develop video games. I'm not sure if there's OpenGL in Python. I don't think so. Oh, yes. Yes, there is. Actually, yes, there is, because I've used it before. I can't remember what project, though. Be right back. But yes, OpenGL is a library of Python. Okay, I'm back. Trying to learn C++ too. That's good. If you the path I chose was to learn Python, and that was just because it was a lot easier of a syntax. And then I moved into Godot for a little bit, and then I just decided, you know what, fuck it, C++. And ever since then, I have not turned back. And I consider it a I consider the fact that I started with Python to be a boost to what I learned, mainly because I got to dip my toes into things like the web development side, the GUI development side, app development. Did a little bit of machine learning with it. I did accessing what's it called? APIs. A little bit of API development in that as well. I got to get through Python. I got to get a vast understanding of the different fields of programming I could go into, and then from there, switching into C++ was good. I have not properly learned pointers. Welcome back, Gleasoon. Gleasoon. Don't know if you understand me or not, but I don't understand you. So, properly understand pointers? No. My understanding of references and pointers is that if you, if for example, well, I'll just, a reference is the same exact address in memory as what it's referring to. And then you can update the value of that variable using the reference instead of creating a copy of that variable, which would not change the original value that it's referring to. And I've had to use that for a couple projects. Now, pointers is my understanding of pointers is that same exact concept, except it's creating a duplicate of that memory address. And anything that you change to that pointer also changes to the reference. And that's the extent of my understanding. I don't fully understand when to use pointers over references. I don't fully understand how to use pointers over references. I understand the concept. to that level. There was a point where I spent like a month straight just continuously trying to learn references and pointers. That's as far as I got. I know that I've had to use pointers in some situations, like enemy. When I was creating enemies for one of my games that I made. See if I can find it. References are good for passing objects in class. I didn't know you could reference an object class. Or are you talking about the variables within the object? Yeah, the direction arrows, they I don't understand. I know that if you're doing the arrows to the left, then it's output. If you're doing it to the right, it's input. But I don't I don't get why it's like that at all. Odd to me. Structs. I can see referencing a struct for sure. A equals 5. Ooh. Oh, you know what? In my either in so I have the C++ primer and I also have a Udemy class for C++. And I think he briefly went through something like that, the int a equals 5. And I just I just don't really see the need to have it be that way. Luke, in C++ as well, you can use C, but you don't really even have to use standard out. You could use printf to print in the console as well. I've never felt the need to use printf over standard output. I've never had to use namespaces either, thinking about it. I wonder when that would ever come in handy. It does look cooler. It looks much cooler. And the brackets as well. I really like the bracket. And ending everything with a semicolon. Scopes. That's what I'm thinking of with the brackets. Scopes. I honestly really like the concept of scopes. Yeah, that's what I think it is, Luke. Because there's like print F, print S. So with the bit shift operator, why would you ever want to shift? Why would you ever want like have to do that? That sounds like a lot of very very unnecessary memory management. Like if I do you think I'll ever have to understand that? I feel like I won't. I think it would be nice to understand it. Thing about game engines we can get. Oh, we're casting the ray. Thing about game engines we can get RGB values from a hex integer using bitwise operator. Only the basic. Regex is worse. What is regex? I've heard that before. Hold on, it's the ray is working. I mean, it's not. Oh, I figured out the issue. Maybe. Okay. So the ray itself, its travel path is messed up. I'm gonna go ahead and fucking look up regex. Let's see. It's a sequence of characters that defines a search pattern. It is used for pattern matching within strings, such as validating formats, searching, replacing, or parsing text. What the hell am I looking at? It's giving me examples and like uh in chat. That equals how? Like what? C++ standards interfere with anything your code does, specifically like 2023, or are you just using the stable and recommended version? Uh, uh yes and no. So what I create now is using the latest standard of C++, and there are no issues from what I make right now. However, if you were to create a program that used a previous standard, or if you were to use code that used a previous standard, then if you were to upgrade that standard to the most current standard, you have to edit the code because some things get changed between versions. So from what I understand, most companies have code still running from previous versions of C++, and it's actually less money. It costs them less to just let it run than if it was to have them updated to the newest standard. Back when I was 8, I used to play with some PHP thing, very basic SQL things. I needed to do this for validation. My 8-year-old brain was thinking about Play-Doh. I remember I messed around with some HTML back in the day, back when I was really, really young, making like you have the whatever is called the arrow. I forgot what they were called, but like making like a bright red web page and putting a text header on there, and then making all of this in Notepad, and then bringing it up on Internet Explorer, thinking I made like some website that actually was posted, but no, just viewing. And then way back in the day, I used to do a lot of RPG Maker. I wish I would have stuck with that and like stuck with that and then did the effort to learn the code of like the coding and got an intro that way into RPG Maker. I probably would have been way better off, and I probably would have like actually stuck with game development back then. Luke. From what I understand, there's features that have been added, and that some the syntax, not syntax. How to do something changes. So it still does the same thing. It's just how to do it, like how to type it out and do it. I guess that makes sense. That's changed. So that's from what I understand, my basic understanding of it. I have no idea how it works that way either. Okay. So I do have a GitHub page. still not right. Why is it doing that? Let me post my GitHub page. I'm not really showing a lot of my projects. So my future game studios that I'll own called Goop Games. And so this is a Goop software. There we go. Okay. So I've got only 3 games that are actually public. You made a Raylib clone? How? He's an OpenGL? Or like straight from scratch? Oh, okay. 2D only. OpenGL and GLFW. Makes sense. Are you planning to turn this game into something similar to what Tokyo Spliff does, like a simple model, walking around, shooting stuff with collision and everything? No. No, I'm just messing around. This is Tokyo Spliff, he's been working on his project for like he said 7 or 9 years. Um so his stuff is pretty advanced. Yeah, go ahead and post the source code. Me, I just want to learn. Um, I just want to get better. Yeah, the leg on the chair is so real. I yeah, I'm just kind of chilling right now. As far as like what I've coded, I just haven't really coded much. Um, in the past like hour or two, I've pretty much I've hit my goals for the day, but I'm still coding a little bit. Yes. So my ultimate goal as a game developer is to work on an engine to a video game. I like physics. I'm good with math. And so a physics engine is something that interests me. Um, on top of that, I I want to be a successful game developer for one of the top companies. And so this is practice to get there, as well as part of this YouTube channel is to show what I learned in order to establish myself as a professional in the field. Go ahead and post the code. I'm assuming it's a GitHub link. You can post a GitHub. Now it's not even. Dude, that hit. That might be. No. Technically, we're. Look at its worth. Looks distant. Hang on. Is it not letting you post any links? Touch. No. Maybe. You should. If you do it, I'll pop in. Okay. The ray start and ray end is being updated correctly. But when it fires, it's not. Just don't use a webcam. You don't need a webcam at all to stream. I just subbed to you, by the way, so if you go live and I see you live, I'll pop in. I have not participated in any game jams yet. I will soon. What about you? Finish. I wonder if it's because I'm not normalizing. Might be the issue. You did a game jam in April? What were you making for your game jam? We were normalizing redirection. Later though. Scale to 40. Summoning dungeon crawler. Now we're not even drawing it correctly. Yeah, because it's not even shooting out. Distance to enemy. To 3 distance. Themed around summoning. That sounds like a really cool theme. Have you posted like a video or anything of what you were making? We take an aeroplane. Oh. Okay. Distance to enemy is 10, and enemy's not hit. Enemy is hit equals true. Increment the score. Bug. Else false. You should post like anything. Um you never really know what would get traction of what you post until you post it. And you could end up posting something that just catches on and gets a decent amount of. You're 14, so you have plenty of time to post a lot of content before you turn 18, and you can start making. Well, you could probably start making money off of it beforehand if that's something that interests you. But you could also kind of get a good viewership, which is something really really nice to have in the modern day. That's being bad at YouTube is the first step of being good at YouTube. Nobody starts out being perfect. The more you do it, the more you get better at it as well. It's just a matter of just doing it. See if this changed anything. I can't see the ray. Um, I don't know whether to start the live programming my game or something like rewriting my framework so it isn't a blatant copy of. I mean, that's really up to you, whether you decide. Just know that it's good to have video out there. It's good to have a viewership. It's good to have a portfolio out there. It'll there's nothing negative that you can have gained from posting your work. Oh, I need much. Oh. Yeah, so one thing you've got going for you too, Patach, is your age. Being 14 with the knowledge that you have, um, it's impressive. So people people look at somebody people will look at somebody your age and see the amount of knowledge that you have, and they'll want to support you because they think that you're going to they see potential. So it's good to take advantage of that. Oh, the arrow hit again. Okay, travel 288 in the direction of Z. But it's not traveling that. I learned a year ago is when I started. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh, Glysoon. Something in English. I'm so happy. You came into coding with only the goal not paying for expensive software, but developing it myself, taking into account all the desired criteria. That's that's something the world honestly needs nowadays. One thing I really hate is Adobe. I think Adobe is fucking trash, scammers, and that open source. We need open source replacements to Photoshop, better than GIMP. Adobe, literally any Adobe project or product needs to be replaced. What else? A lot of Sony software. Uh, Something like Godot, but for Unreal. Unreal needs a replacement so bad. Um, Unreal's just cutting corners like crazy. Uh, yeah, Luke, I really wish back when I first started like dipping my toes into programming that I actually stuck. But that saying, the best time to plant a tree is yesterday, but second best time is today. You began by tweaking Java applets when you were around 6 or 7. Jesus, fucking child prodigy over here. When I was 6 or 7, let's see. I was playing Final Fantasy. I was maybe playing RuneScape. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't a thing back then. You're I mean, there's definitely kids out there who are programming below 20. Um, but you you have an advantage right now because of your age and your understanding of programming. And being 30 myself, I recommend that you take advantage of it. However, you should still kind of live your life and not don't 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 forego certain things that teenagers your age do because you want to take programming serious. It's very important that you take advantage of your childhood while you're still a child, and that it's okay to waste time as well. Um, but also like you should, bro, you should start posting on YouTube for sure. You know what's something that is really impressive to have is a good social media standing, like being popular on social media nowadays. I need to bring this back. Arrow hit, but it hit 3 times. the arrow now hits that angle from all angles. We're not drawing the freaking line. Oh. Or maybe. And maybe. Ah, that's okay. That's why. Okay. Okay. We're now drawing odd though. Boom. Arrow hit. Boom. Oh, we made progress. We have made progress. We just gotta prevent score being incremented more than once. Okay. I know fluently CPP, C, Java, JavaScript. We lack math knowledge. Because I could find it interesting. I didn't find it interesting at the time. I thought it was just for making prompt ads. I don't know you could build Photoshop or something like. Nah, but it's not bad. The only thing that encouraged me at the time was Minecraft. In Java, I always felt right because Minecraft was with a little red cube. I saw something similar back in 2014. More inspired to learn. Okay, so Katach, you suck at math, but good news, you can be good at math. Here's how. Practice. Get yourself a notebook. Oh, we're gonna big webcam this. Get yourself a notebook. And do problems. Get yourself another notebook and do more problems. And eventually, you're gonna finish that notebook. My camera's fucked. Eventually, you're gonna get through that notebook with math problems on literally every single page, and you're gonna save that for later when you have to look back. Take a shit ton of notes, do a lot of problems. I've got one notebook for notes. I've got another notebook for doing problems. And now what you're going to use to learn, right? ChatGPT. That's the only, you don't need a math teacher anymore. You got ChatGPT. You're gonna ask it, right? Ask it, give me a plan to learn up to entry-level college math, right? Which you may already have learned up to given your programming knowledge. And it's gonna give you a week-by-week guide, giving you subjects to learn, giving you details for that subject. And then, right, you go back into ChatGPT, ask it to teach you that subject. It'll teach you the subject. It'll walk you through a problem. And then you're going to tell ChatGPT, give me another question, but don't teach me how to solve it. And then it's going to give you a question. And then you're going to type in, after you've done it on your notebook, after you've done the problem, you're going to type in the answer. It's going to tell you, great, Now let's walk through the problem and see if this is correct. If it's correct, then good for you. Do a bunch more of those. And one cool thing you can use with ChatGPT too is that you can ask it to make that problem a bit more advanced and then solve that a bit more advanced problem. And this is for every single math ever, minus maybe advanced level math or high intermediate level advanced might be, or math might be a little bit more or too advanced for ChatGPT to give you like solid, actual, true answers to it. But it'll teach you up to, it'll teach you calculus, it'll teach you trigonometry, it'll teach you physics, it'll teach you any level of math that you want to, and it'll step by step, it won't take you from basic algebra or pre-algebra and then jump you into calculus. No, you got pre-algebra, then you got algebra, you got a step above algebra, and then you have statistics, and you have a step above statistics, then you have pre-calc, and then calculus, and then trigonometry. In order. It's not going to steer you in the wrong direction. And this is advice that I've learned. Sucking at something does not mean you can't be good at something. It just means you have to put more effort into learning it. And the people who are naturally talented at something, yes, they don't have to put as much effort into learning it, but they take that for granted, right? So they're not willing to put as much effort into that subject. And they don't become as good in that subject as someone who has to work hard to learn that subject will ever get. Because they don't see a reason to put in the effort to learn. Because they feel like they naturally understand it. So just because you may suck at math now, but your potential of being great at math is much higher than someone who naturally gets it if you put in the work. This is literally anything, any subject in the world this logic applies to. It's all just a matter of working hard. All right. I think I've got this. The only thing I really have to do is I need to reset the start point and the end point you see of the start point is in front of the cube, or the cube, the middle of the cube, and then the end point is where the arrow lands. It moves because my movement, my WASD movement is just bugged right now. Something I need to fix. And you notice too, when I'm shooting the arrow, it's also like, it's moving the arrow if I'm moving while I shoot. That's just a logic error. Yeah. No, okay, Pythagorean theorem, vector normalization thing. That's perfectly fine. Everybody learns at their own pace. I don't know if you're I'm this type. I catch myself doing it all the time where I'll compare myself to somebody who is better than me at something. And that's honestly like a very terrible thing to do to yourself. So if you are the kind that does that, just know it's you against the world, not you against other people. Right, enough of the motivational speech. And okay, so Ray N just needs to be reset after it actually kind of should be getting reset. I use Streamlabs. Um, the popular things are OBS and Streamlabs. I recommend Streamlabs because they also have a website that you can log in and you can see a lot of your metrics there, as well as Streamlabs will also handle donations for you so that later in the future, if you decide you want to add donations to your stream, you can have alerts come up on your stream through Streamlabs. Yeah, so Streamlabs is, if you used OBS before, you're going to instantly understand Streamlabs. No, Streamlabs is also for recording. Streamlabs is a branched off version of OBS that has their own website um, as well that's integrated with the Streamlabs program. I picked up Streamlabs years and years ago, back when I used to stream video game content, completely different channel on Twitch as well, and I liked it a lot more than OBS. All right, this is definitely a this is definitely a stopping point. That's yeah, that's the best way I can describe Streamlabs. I like it better than OBS, and it's literally it's literally OBS just skinned. Currently, if we, oh, you know what? That actually might be fixed. Let's test it. Why? 25. Then uncomment out case. It hit. Fuck yeah. Okay. I love when things work out. I can go ahead and push the code to GitHub right now. And then you can go ahead and take a look at it. You're going to see a bunch of improvements that I can make, for sure. Also on this code, so there's actually two games on this. If you go to okay. So there's two mains. There's main 1 and main 2. If you are to comment out, so main 2 is the bow shooting simulator program. Okay, so if you're to comment out main2 and then go into main, uncomment main, I've got another program. It's a 3D maze game. And the object is just to find Joe, wherever he is. Found him. I ChatGPT'd a lot of this. So, there's like a recursive algorithm in here that I have zero understanding of, but it worked. And that procedurally generates the maze. Yes, there's collisions in the walls. It's not solid collision. Like okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna go ahead and push this on GitHub. Okay, we're pushed on GitHub. If you still have the link, if not, I'll link it again. Yeah, okay. So double check, make sure it updated. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, so if you wanted to take a look through the code, it's spaghetti, as you could probably already see. What'd you notice? I was recommended to put tag pro. Why? Oh, PRAGMA. Speeds up compilation time. Okay. I'm gonna look that up. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna learn. I already got ChatGPT on it. It says prevents the same header file from being included multiple times during compilation. I thought that's what if not defined does. Yeah, PRAGM. Like I thought that's what this does. If not defined, then define. Yeah, so if it's not defined, then define it, right? But if it is defined, then don't define it. I thought that's what that does. Yeah. So it looks like Pragma just uses, it's the same thing, but it has more utilization, it looks like. Oh, if not defined is C. Okay. Pragma once also only includes it during compilation. Would it be bad? Would it be bad practice to use both? Oh, okay. So that kind of answers. It would be redundant to use both. Yeah. So what ChatGPT is telling me is that Pragma is a simpler, non-standard alternative to header guards. Prevents multiple inclusions of the same file, just like traditional header guards, but less verbose and easier to use. Is that proper syntax there? Hello, what game are you creating? So right now, not specifically making a game, I'm making, like I'm learning. So what I have here is, it's takes the physics of a longbow. So if you look on the top left, you see displacement. That is how far you're pulling the bow back, like how in meters, how far the string is pulled back. Then it has the angle the player's looking at, up to 90. Direction, 360 degrees. And then after firing, it will calculate things like the elastic potential of the string, how strong the strings were, the velocity of the arrow, the force required to draw it that far back based off of how stiff the string is. And then it tells you the distance that the arrow traveled. And then the idea is that this guy here is going to be randomly spawning around the map, chasing you, and your goal is to shoot him in the air. If you shoot him, you increment score, and if you get hit 3 times, you lose. That's all I'm doing. Modern C++ 11 and forward, pretty sure use Pragma once is standard. Okay. Yes, that's correct. Gotcha. I'm going to start using that. I'm going to update now. Have I learned static classes and namespaces? I have learned namespaces. Static classes, I'm not sure. I've never had to use namespaces before. While I started learning, I didn't worry about using namespace standard because I felt like later on in learning, I would have to use separate namespaces and it would mess with it. So just syntax wise, I learned to just type out standard and then the out. Greetings from Uruguay. Greetings from the US. Is Notebook better for taking notes than an average app like Obsidian? Do you think is more immersive to do this way? I believe that learning on paper is 10 times better than using a notebook. I think that this applies for everything. Um, and the reason why is because your phone, your tablet, there's tons and tons of distractions on it that can pull you away from learning. So you get a notification, a text, and you're going to be distracted and it's going to pull you away from taking notes. But if you're using pen and paper, distractions are gone. I would only ever use an app to take notes if I was doing something professional. Like, for example, you guys were talking about like cybersecurity, like web hacking and all that. And if you were to do like have a job with a company that wants you to test their systems and see if there's ways to get in, then taking notes on an app so that I could input the notes to the company. That's the only time I would ever use an app to take notes. Namespaces are only good for like frameworks or extremely large libraries. So if we have multiple names as an example, to not interfere, we use like framework do something instead of do something. I've never had to use namespaces other than using namespace standard when I first started learning syntax. But I felt that using namespace standard was cutting corners, so I didn't use it. Okay. Good example is standard. If we needed a clamp function, it would override the standard clamp. That's why there's a prefix. So like if you're to make your own clamp function or to have a clamp function from a different library. Yeah, Pragma Once definitely looks a lot cleaner. Namespace are just for organization purpose. You can do anything without, but it can become a mess by the time. I'm right. Am I okay. So I'm not like shooting myself in the foot by not using namespaces, correct? Or specifically namespace standard. No. Perfect. Okay. Just making sure. For small projects or even indie games is completely fine. Awesome. Okay. I I want to end the stream, but at the same time I kind of want to fix a bug. And that is position. Track arrow bool. Okay, if not track arrow bool. Correct? And so the bug is that when I shoot the arrow and I move to the side, like strafe, yeah, that didn't fix it. No, okay. Alright, so it's not as easy as I thought it would be. But when I move to the side, after shooting an arrow, it changes the arrow's position as well. Okay, but if we had a namespace for window and a static class inside it, we could do like window create, so it makes it cleaner, opposed to create window or a window create. Clone the position, copy the vector. Be more descriptive. Clone the position. So it's doing that because I hold on. Copy the vector so you can start at the position but not copy the vector. What do you mean copy the vector? For referencing instead of creating. What of referencing instead of creating? To v other dot copy. May not work because I'm using so these lines of code right here is the arrow's position, right? So after firing, we call this function here of the bow class back arrow. And this increments the arrow based off of this math right here. And then so it uses that function, and then this here continuously updates to track the arrow's position. So after it fires, this updates the actual position. And so the issue is that in order to prevent it, in my movement, I'll show you. In my movement, the square jumps around when I move, because it's updating the position of the player before it updates the position of the arrow. So what I just did was update the position of the arrow with the position of the camera or the player together, and that fixed that. However, now if I shoot and I move, these lines are updating the position of the arrow. And so what I'm thinking is that we have a bool, which would be right here, I imagine, that that whenever the arrow gets shot, we just do an if arrow is shot, or sorry, if arrow's not shot, then we can update. So that when it's shot, then we're no longer updating. That's my thought, but I'm not going to worry about it today. I'm done programming for the day. What's up, Matthias. Mateus? Mateus? You're gonna have to correct me on how to pronounce your name. Okay, so the game that I'm developing, it's a bow game, right? You fire a bow, and we're doing it in 3D space. And so if you take a look at the top left, you see there's the displacement value, and that is how far the how far back the bow is drawn, the displacement of the string from its original position. Then when you fire that, it takes in the angle and the direction you're facing, 360 degrees, and then it'll fire the arrow. You see the red line getting shot. Oh, you know what? Actually, we fixed the fix itself. So it shoots the arrow, and so the ultimate goal of this project is just to practice 3D game development. And then if you see here, that's our target. Whenever you shoot the target, the score increments up. And so the target's going to spawn randomly around the map. And then the player just has to like shoot the target, prevent themselves from dying. And then eventually they're going to increment like very, very slowly. They're going to increase in speed. They'll eventually increase speed and spawn rate. So it eventually just gets overwhelming. But whoever has the highest score wins, I guess. Okay, guys, I'm ending the stream. I wanted to end like 15-20 minutes ago. Distracted. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate you. And I definitely will be streaming in the next, probably tomorrow, honestly. Thank you for watching.